And we are live. Head on out. Dashboard. Those ads out of the way. Here we go. Late streamer indeed. Howdy, hey folks. Good to see you. Got a full bottle of water ready to roll. Stream indeed, Witch Sand. Stream indeed. So we'll get the Elden Ring talk out of the way, since you know, I guess talking about Souls games is just my pre-stream or stream opening banter now. I beat Dark Souls 2. I think I talked about that last time. Had a pretty great time with it all throughout. So now all that's left is I need to finish Bloodborne, which I'm pretty close to. If I wanted to, I could go fight the final boss right now. But I think I still need to get to there's the DLC, which I still need to finish. And then I still think there's a base game area that I haven't gotten to, Canehurst Castle, if I'm not mistaken. I've tried to go like as blind as possible. So I know that I'm pretty sure that's all I have left in regards to the base game, is Canehurst Castle, and then I have the DLC, which I've just beaten Ludwig for. Which, Ludwig was the boss that I was hard stuck on earlier, which was probably just because I was underleveled. Which, I don't know how I feel about that, personally, but I think that's not the first time that can happen to you in a Dark Souls game. And it's especially the case when it comes to entering the DLCs too early. So, probably just my fault for getting headstrong about it. Because I did beat Ludwig in, like 3 tries whenever I came back to him. And to be honest, it had kind of like the opposite problem of, like, instead of being too difficult, now it was just like I completely fucking melted the guy. And I felt like I didn't even engage with the boss at all to some degree, because I could just fucking wail on him and there was nothing he could do. So, overall, I'm liking Bloodborne. I'm not loving it, but I am liking it, despite a lot of very obvious problems. Howdy, Allison. Good to see you. Some of those problems are optional, such as Chalice dungeons, which are fucking terrible, just so bad. They are just the prototype of Elden Ring dungeons, which are just bad. So it's a worse version of a thing I already dislike, which is really interesting. And the other thing that I don't really like about Bloodborne is the healing system. I think that the blood vials are a little bad. I think that having it be a limited resource kind of goes against the general flow that most Souls-like games provide to you. And I don't think rallying gives you enough healing, enough of a consistent source of healing, for it to be a reasonable substitute for a replenishable healing system. Estus flasks are also limited, yes, but every time you rest at a bonfire, you get all of those flasks back. It's not something that you need to farm for, or that you need to spend money on upgrading, or spend your money on stocking up on. Bloodborne does not have an Estus Flask-esque system. It has blood vials, which you can completely run out of, which I don't like. I don't like. That said, I think I've said this before. My problems with Bloodborne mainly hinge on two things. One, experimental mechanics that do not really pan out, or that I'm not personally very interested in. Or two, the clunkiness of an admittedly dated game, right? Um, so it's not so much the things that I hate about Bloodborne are not necessarily exclusive to Bloodborne. They are just problems that are exacerbated by the minor annoyances that Bloodborne specifically presents. I think the point was to enable you to replenish your healing through exploration. Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring do it better, though. Yeah, I generally agree. My only problem with it is... what is my problem with it? I think my problem with it is that it means that if you get hard stuck on a boss, you are going to have to farm at some point. Which I think the Chalice dungeons are meant to exist to supplement that experience, but I don't think that farming in a Souls-like game is ever a good thing, honestly. Like, I don't think there's ever been a time when I'm playing an Elden, like, it happens a lot in Elden Ring, so I go to Elden Ring. I don't think there's ever been a time when I'm playing a Souls-like game and I have wanted to stop and farm for some levels. I think that, generally speaking, Dark Souls games do a pretty good job at guiding you to be the level you should be for a given area when you're in that space. They, like, because of their relative linearity and usually their ability to communicate difficulty relatively well, I think previous Souls games don't really have the problem of you needing to farm. Because if you go through an area effectively enough and you get all the way to the boss and you're being, like, relatively conservative with your resources and your souls, you're probably going to be leveling up relatively evenly throughout your experience. But I have found that to not be the case with Bloodborne. And I think I figured out why. And this, once again, runs into the same problem of dated systems that I'm brushing up against. In Dark Souls 3 Forward, whenever you sell items that you can pop for souls, like, you know, Soul of a Brave Warrior or whatever, they're called Blood... I don't know what they're called. The currency is called Blood Echoes in Bloodborne, but there's, like, Blood Pustules or whatever the fuck word they use. It doesn't matter. You get the idea. Bloodstones, some shit like that. That you pop, and you use them, and you consume them, and you gain Blood Echoes from them. In Dark Souls 3 Forward, you can sell those to any vendor, and they will be sold for the full amount that is worth. This is not the case in Bloodborne Back. For whatever reason, if you sell them in those games, they are not worth anywhere near the amount that you pop them for. And I didn't know that until I was already at I was already at, like, Nightmare of Mensis when I realized that this was the case. Which means that for the entire game, I had been selling all of my money for genuinely, like, fractions of a fraction of what it would be worth. So I was always starved for money. The game was giving it to me in abundance, but I was selling it because I didn't know that you needed to pop it for it to actually be worth what it was worth. I forgot that was a mechanic. Playing Dark Souls 2 showed me that that was a mechanic again. So I think if I were to replay Bloodborne with that in mind, the difficulty curve would be a lot more even. Given break it took until Elden Ring for them to figure out proper jumping, I would hesitate to give them props on that, personally. First of all, they figured it out in Sekiro, and then they made it worse in Elden Ring. Sorry, I had to take a drink. I'm not having a good time with Elden Ring. I'm having a much better time with Bloodborne now that I know not to play any of the Chalice dungeons at all, just period. Just completely ignore the mechanic 100%. It is not worth doing. It is a vacuum of entertainment through which no joy can escape. It is quite literally one of the most thoughtless, bland inclusions in any Souls-like game I have ever played. And then Elden Ring was like, hey, what if we did that, but like on a larger scale and like slightly more rewarding? And, you know, it's like, I appreciate the attempt, but still bad. Still quite bad. My problems with Elden Ring are that the game is tedious as all get out. It feels like every single enemy in the game takes like 2 or 3 more hits than they should to die. I hate the weapon upgrading system in Elden Ring. I don't know how they managed to do it, but they took what was already a pretty mediocre but relatively functional weapon upgrading system from literally all of their previous games and made it unbearable by having it just triple in size and complexity by adding a dozen more upgrade materials. It goes from plus 1 to plus 1 to 10, from 1 to 25 for no fucking reason. And it means that unlike in the previous games where, like, yeah, you would need to upgrade a weapon if you got a new one and you wanted to try it out, it was only like 1 through 10. You could reasonably get every weapon to like plus 6, and then it would be decent enough to at least try and figure out if you like it. In Elden Ring, if you want to figure out if you like a weapon, you're going to be investing like at least, in the point where I'm at right now, at least 2 hours of trying to look for materials and trying to farm for them if I want to even so much as test whether a weapon will be fun and effective in my build. Elden Ring is really, really bad at a lot of things, and encouraging experimentation might be one of the worst. Levels are prohibitively expensive, and upgrading weapons is so time-consuming that it means you are genuinely just encouraged to pick a thing and fucking stick with it unless you want to waste time. It's called replay value. Brother, I will replay literally every other fucking Souls-like on the market before I want to replay Elden Ring again. And I know that's true because in the middle of my Elden Ring replay, I have replayed Lies of P, Dark Souls 2, currently going through Bloodborne, considering Dark Souls 3, all of them before I want to finish replaying Elden Ring. It's horrendous, dude. It is so bad. The replay value of Elden Ring is abysmal to me because you are skipping 80% of the game every single other time you play it. And half of what makes Elden Ring a good game is the first-time exploration experience. It is getting to discover this world for the first time. And once you've done that once, you already know how hollow that experience actually is. You know how much of this, like, vast landscape is just completely fucking useless for anything you're doing at any given time. It's crazy to me how Elden Ring takes, like, one of FromSoft's strongest game design sensibilities, which is their extremely tight, intricate, linear level design with lots of branching paths that loop back on one another, and just throws it out the fucking window aside from like 6 or so areas that are actually good. I really don't like Elden Ring, folks. I really don't like it. I'm having a bad time with it. However, I'm mostly replaying it because I need to understand why I don't like it. more than anything else, I need to replay it so that I know for a fact I'm not just hating it because I had a bad time the first time around. Now that I have a stronger understanding of what the game is and what it's about and the systems and how they function, I'm going through it again and seeing, okay, now that I understand what's happening here, does that make me enjoy it more? And so far, the answer is no. As a matter of fact, it makes me enjoy it less. I still think that Elden Ring might be one of the worst communicated games I have ever played. It does such an unbelievably poor job of properly explaining and telegraphing so many different game systems and mechanics that it leaves you completely and utterly lost most of the time. And that's just really, really, really bad. Not only for a first-time experience where you're saddled with so many different things, but it's even worse whenever you're going through it again and you now have familiarity with these systems and you're realizing just how much the game doesn't tell you and how much worse the game is because of that. You don't gain anything like a further appreciation for the game by learning these things. All I gain from learning that I can jump a dozen different attacks is, wow, they really didn't telegraph that well. I wonder why they didn't do the same exact thing they did in Sekiro and tell you what's going on. Why don't they give you, the player, information that can help improve your gameplay experience, like they did with Sekiro? Hey, why don't they telegraph whether an attack is a grab, or whether it's a, one that you need to jump over? Why don't they, flash something on the screen real quick, like they did in Sekiro? Why don't, for melee combat, it has a really strong emphasis on trying to stagger the enemy. You want to use charge attacks, and you want to use weapon arts and Ashes of War, and a lot of different things to keep their stagger meter filling so that you can constantly get them into that stagger state and do big damage and get a moment to cool off. It's just a shame that they don't telegraph that to the player by giving you literally any visual indication of stagger whatsoever, aside from, oh, it happened, capitalize on it now. It almost reminds me of the game Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, developed by the same exact fucking team, where they did give you that information, and the game was way better for it. For those not aware of what's going on here, all I'm saying is that the problems with Elden Ring are problems which do not need to exist. They are problems which have been added to the game for reasons I cannot understand. And they are problems which could, theoretically, easily be solved by just giving the player more information. Elden Ring is so obsessed with putting more and more and more and more and more shit in the game, and the only thing that there is not an excess of is actual useful information given to the player. But I need to figure out if it's just, am I having a bad time at the start? Because I need to flesh out my build a little bit? Have I not hit the vitality soft cap that's required to not die in 2 hits? Is it just a really bad difficulty curve because the game is poorly balanced? Who knows? I'm going to have to play through the whole game to figure it out, because something in my brain will not let me rest on my personal integrity until I have found a concrete reason for why I dislike this game so much. And if that means I have to replay literally every single other fucking Souls-like that they've made, and even some that they haven't made, and that have learned from their mistakes, so be it. I'm having a great time doing it so far. It's just, every time I come back to Elden Ring, I find myself wanting for things which they have done better, or that others have done better than them. That, to me, is the universal feeling that I come away from, or come away with, every single time I play Elden Ring. Is just this overwhelming sense that I am playing a hodgepodge of so many different games that does not really understand what their best qualities are, and is just throwing them all in there and hoping it works. It does not feel refined or focused. And that really, really hurts it. Anyway, that's enough. We've done that for 20 minutes. I've gotten my Souls-like filibust out of the way. Let's get back to Of the Devil. Where we last left off, we found out that both Emma and Morgan are complete and utter freaks. To no one's surprise, of course. You should play Breath of the Wild 2, clearly. I hate Breath of the Wild. I don't know. I just genuinely don't like open world games at all. I think it's one of those genres that I'm just completely averse to. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical records, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Oh, you need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words. So little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated, which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Oh, I like that her eyes go black for that one. That's good. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So Morgan is going to be the corruptor of Sarah, huh? Or the other way around, but most likely. I imagine it's not going to be so cut and dry as that. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm going to open the one that says Morgue on it. Oh, hello. Oh, hey! Come on in, don't stand out there in the... cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chillin' here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior, I mean... Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's, weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I'm getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. You know, I woke up after the Souls talk. Perfect. Just in time for more... Let's see. And by more, I mean Morgan. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Let's go quiz time! Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex, in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change, after they've paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renogen? I think Renogen. Renogen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that is sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renogen board member Mireille Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, as long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are, we're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar?" The Ikaria, yes, they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever they get themselves a healthcare monopoly. Given this incredibly generous donation over the last years. So, Orchestra Hall, retrofitting what used to be Scott Arena. Business rivals and organized crime. Renogen Medical, over 25 years. Have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society for a decade. House Ikaria. See. Latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in the name change. Orchestra Hall, retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. Plus 50s, here's some reputation. So it is about the new image, but is that the main point? I'm not really seeing a healthcare monopoly here. It doesn't seem like... Well... They founded Renogen Medical, but then sold it. Well, Renogen board member Mireille Ikaria. How did you phrase it? Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever they get themselves a... I feel like it's probably a new image. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. That must go double for the Ikarias, assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Undefeated in my media literacy thus far. Slang term for the nouveau riche, new money, families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations. Users also frequently search for who are Neobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nouveau. Then we have Sato, medical examiner, likes, accessories, reality TV, palm reading, dislikes, social media, dress codes, ebooks. Loves to make new playlists, hates to throw out old clothes, most proud of my weekly meal prep. Another O negative blood type. A lot of people seem to have that, yeah. O negative for David, O plus for her, AB minus, plus, O plus, A minus, O plus. Okay, no, actually, it's just her and David. A lot of screens. It's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? Oh, why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? Can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in the spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it. And so, boom. I get 4 new monitors every year. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that would happen. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but This year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use at the screens. I see. Interesting. Over here? These all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. You only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing, mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do. I don't dislike my job. It's just so much of what I do boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split a dead man's bill. Not have to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow. Hi there. Cute android. I didn't even realize it was really cute. Skin is... it's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell. They really are warm. Aww. All blushy crushy. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed. Felt like they were always running a fever. They ran like it, too. Even 2 years ago, average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So, what can I tell you? Cause of death. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. Got that much figured out, at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would cause the symptoms? What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? What's going on with her hand? It's a prosthetic. It's a modified. Where is she? It's a modified arm. This one's entirely prosthetic. That or she's wearing a gauntlet of some kind over top of it. Yeah, it looks more like she's wearing something over top of it. Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally, respiratory arrest. Reports show that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it turned into quite the puzzle. I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I'm surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any biomes, but his files show... biomonitor is a general-use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. Interesting. It wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. It was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrive. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Police mentioned a talk screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed or something, but the tox screen gave them nothing. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the system. At the time, rather. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So, were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup to what was on record in his previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was that? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we had access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So, a designer drug, huh? Seems to be the best explanation. What did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours. Private sector folks? Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual privacy is the norm. You're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, vary the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back. The rest of the field. Oh, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospitals could have easily identified. If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect of this compound had remind you of any other drugs? Maybe that's one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance, one that you might know by another name, but with a patented structure. Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have the effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. I really like that it seems like the mystery of what exactly is going on is going to be tied directly to a unique aspect of this world, in this case, the designer drug industry. Something that Of the Devil has been really good about so far is kind of like tricking you into engaging really heavily with the setting and learning as much as you can by centering a lot of the mysteries on the specifics and the intricacies of the world. And so I think having this second case be focused on someone whose death is supposedly caused by a designer drug, or at least it appears to be the case, it makes you invested in that because you're trying to solve the mystery and you're looking for all the information you can about designer drugs and how that they function in this world and how they work as a function of this world. And it gets you really heavily invested in pretty much every aspect of the setting. It's really good. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no, not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I'd guess it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash its entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? We could skip it, if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, get started. Whose perspective are those shots from? When was the first time we saw that shot? I think with London, interesting. I don't remember. I'll have to watch the VOD back because I'm wondering if maybe that's Sarah compartmentalizing information in some way. Because it's different from when we get those cutaways in episode 0, which are very clearly something to do with getting inside of Morgan's head more. So I'm wondering if those are from a specific perspective, or generally speaking, what the purpose is in presenting it like that. And then let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment and give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. I think it's a stylistic thing, honestly. I agree. I'm just wondering for what purpose is it being stylized like that. Last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining. Remember that. The principle of the matter. Right? You had ordered that cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. It became damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right. Obvious. Should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remembered. His skin is pale. Very still. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair. Hands. You're expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. Just check VOD. First occurrence was right after Sarah woke up. I remember it happening earlier. But if that's the case, if the first instance is after Sarah wakes up, then I think that might be her compartmentalizing information. I feel like Sarah is probably going to figure out that Morgan is the heartbreak killer. Because she's kind of letting her guard down around her, whether she intends to or not. I think the first one might have been when Morgan saw the protesters, said they were like insects, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that was the first time. Yeah. Yeah. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skills. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. Guarantee it. Seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, distinction has significance. For the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. Not the issue. Are you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. Oh. I want this thing light. Adonai. You have your cigarette backwards. He's too cool to grieve. Why? Yeah. It's a good indication of just how affected she actually seems to be by this. Alright, that's back in the cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. We just... Got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements, too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. See, once again, you've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Would it be possible for there to be a designer drug that induced a death-like state? Without actually killing the person? Maybe. It's fiction, so why not? Yeah. They didn't actually bother to check if David was actually dead. He's just sleeping. Well, that's just the thing. I'm wondering if it would be possible, since they're making a notable distinction between... or about the fact that this was a depressant. I'm wondering if, since it's so uncommon in the designer drug scene, it could be the case that it is a drug that induces what appears to be, from pretty much any medical perspective, death. Would they be able to fool a mortician, though? That's what I'm wondering. And I think that's maybe a step too far. So I'm not sure if I can really follow that line of thinking, but it's something to consider. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. Yes, Doomsquire? Very Jenna. Rockford's orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the full weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you too, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. No, I was just saying jelly. Gotcha. I see. Up on-ramps and down off-ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. Buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lakakun, Tethys, Neath. Each of them sheltering their own micro-cities of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper's shadow. Whale Fall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. Meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David, his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? So I get the feeling that these might actually be created by Sarah in some capacity. Poison. Identify some. Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their effects at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant. Saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. Damn, not denying it. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share, then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. Found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly, the belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for his tech course. It was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate exam? Undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No. It'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast, as the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the contents as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes, just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend, asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He talked to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he thanked me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education. Paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. Whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they get over the distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. Was that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell him that David's lawyer is here. Interesting. Interesting. Also, yeah, it's I'm trying to be more attentive of when her eyes go black, Lurf. It's interesting to notice how much it happened whenever she's recalling past events there. Oh man. Oh, water's the good stuff. July 1st, 2:49 p.m. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Sublobby A8. Been here before. Sat right in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least, I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding into themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they need to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Imagine your dad tells you you're going to be taken care of by his friend, and the next day you wake up and your dad is dead, and this is the friend. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Sarah's going through a lot right now. Also, check the David article to see if it's been updated, yeah. Terms, David Asher. Still says July 7th. Also, it seems like her eyes go black whenever she's doing her little monologue as well. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. I think this is only one room. This complex is so massive, it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that got in. I'm kidding, though I don't have a better explanation. It changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but pick up on that? Is it just a part of corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. Also, yeah, I'm noticing, Morgan's eyes go black when she's brooding, and it seems to be in-fiction brooding too, since Sarah keeps noticing Morgan's gone quiet/distant. Yeah. It's interesting. I like it a lot. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. So much energy, so many people, all so intent. You're kidding. It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? Well, the parents do. They don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everybody else flips a coin, I guess. All these people, for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Yeah, so it's 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So 72 hours. I think, right? Yeah, 72 hours. They can work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there is just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. A-, Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practice handshake. Struggles with solving captchas. Hair starting to gray. I'm sure you're doing fine, pal. Evan Dawes. He says it like it's an afterthought. It's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy. Oh, does he have modded hands? Interesting. It looks like they're like semi-organic. Cool. You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David Lawyer. Kind of has Fia energy. A little bit. Anybody else seeing that? Is Flora here? His robo hands making the captchas fail? That might be it, yeah. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. If it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? Compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering his android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. That... Definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, goes without saying. Reminds me of the 16 Premiere, if anything. Barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope? It's in the building. In the building. Could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. Production line on the B9 should have everything you need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and what shape or size. Then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for the guests? Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment, and I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. If they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. (3:08 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Give me... Right. Basement floor 9. Really is furnished down here. Fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. Got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. Better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from, and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai, wouldn't want to lose you amongst the rest of the merchandise. Watch. Being built out there. Our top-of-the-line, brand-new bestsellers. The Animate 16. Warm. It's kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics' already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. Flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16 prototype. It's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and organic to work together? That was our first concern when R&D began working on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. It was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? It'd flex and unflex, sure, but it's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. Must have figured something out. Or you must have figured something out. The A-16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually bought about half a dozen of them, but... right. They figured out how to get the human nervous system moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get mechanical nervous systems to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids can use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Jung, maybe? I think Jung. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. This guy's low-key my favorite secondary character. Oh, interesting. In this game. I do like him. He kind of looks like Makoto from Persona 3, doesn't he? Just a bit. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for. Jung, did he partner with her on this? This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is it some kind of android calibration device? Excuse me. That's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? Oh no, okay, looks a little... yeah, I didn't misread that. Oh, let's go! Quiz time! What have we got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact, much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple, primal truth to it. We like living things to resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys. And we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever's name Noble's latest products are being sold under. And we like things that are damn near indistinguishable, yeah. But there are deep trenches between those two ends, where human products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking at the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral, only serves to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological process. What then, we must ask? Oh, looks like you forgot your sign into this device. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll get you squared away so we can keep reading. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Passing it around as a gag? Or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be wary of it, dismissive of it. Hmm. Sometimes we're supposed to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Implications of the idea are far-reaching and will soon reach a point which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike and less likable. I think they're wary of it. No! Shit! Well, that's the first one we've gotten wrong. The peak does exist. They'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry. Oh! Or I got it right? And it was just delayed? I got it right? Is that right? Nailed it? Delayed chips, let's fucking go. Nice. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry could go bottoms up if people start thinking it's cruel. Okay, good. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, they're worried about the moral implications, not because they actually care about the morals, but if people start to care about the morals, that's going to hurt the bottom line. If Sarah's any indication of where the androids are headed, let's see some people getting uncomfortable. I mean, you're getting uncomfortable with it. Oh. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in the drawers. DAWs? The inhalers. They're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. It could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days. And back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow red after brushing your teeth and getting to your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. Trainees under me don't realize how good they got it. Kids probably don't even have to learn about how to purge. The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex, or using laxatives to stimulate a bowel movement. Is the Reds a designer drug, perhaps? Assumedly, it's not a designer drug. The drugs that he was just talking about before were what came before the current stimulant inhalers they have. So, green is an upper. I would say yellow would be a stabilizer, and then red is a depressant. So, extremely corporate prescriptions, yeah. Good to know that the purge doesn't exist in the future. Yet. What's the ball? Hello. Something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through the glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red. It's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right. Sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. Color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. Chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Interesting. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. Maybe true. Probably isn't, but maybe. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. Inside of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a broken bottle against its face, no one bats an eye. Yeah, makes sense. That's what I was thinking. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there's one in David's lab. That's the nano-grade elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer for short. Real high-quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fabrication, like 3D printing, assumedly, but very quick. Method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines, son, have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was, historically, prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introductions, use and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, but the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering, noting nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Basically a 3D printer for nanomachines. Okay, yeah, exactly. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. 3D printer for nanomachines. So, what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome, building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Must be time-consuming. You'd think, but Randock cracked the code on parallel microfactoring. Excuse me. The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at 1,000 at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. Finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking. But don't worry, it's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home in the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Oh, I never caught that psychopop is literally the term they made when explaining Danganronpa's art. They're gonna run out of sleeves to wear their inspiration on. +2. +2 firefighter. That's a good one. This. There we go. Nice. Right then. What are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion. Pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on that screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract, all noble products, and... well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language, built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of the industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, TESS is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. There's a lot crammed in here that's still in development, like in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large that I can't... Oh, wow, we had to measure it using... hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenants? Ooh. Tenants, a programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of involvable priorities of inviolable. I don't like that word. That one sits ill on the tongue. Inviolable. Priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenant cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenant with a higher weight only if a tenant with a higher weight supersedes it. Read it right the first time. Tenants were first. Let me just stabilize for a second. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio of 3 priorities that governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. So like the Asimov's Law, I assume, is what this is based on. Since then, the number of supported tenants has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs this, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenant limit below 30. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was Tenant Safety 0, aka Tenant 0 or Tenant 1. Said tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached the People versus Volstans defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though Tenant 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Tenant 0 or Tenant 1, that won't be confusing at all. I know, which is why episode 1 of The Devil is definitely not actually episode 2 of The Devil. Does that mean it can hack its own tenants? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its own tenants would be like you stepping into traffic, dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that they're androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids. So yeah, I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. It's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and decryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. Never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? How many companies do you think run the corporate Asimov tenets? Huh? What do you mean by that? How many companies do you think run the corporate Asimov tenets? Like, the robots aren't allowed to harm people from corporations or something like that? I'm not sure what you mean. Tenet 1, through action or inaction, you may not cause harm to the company's bottom line. Oh. I mean, probably that seems like it would be a pretty reasonable thing given the setting, yeah. And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Look, Dawes. Isn't Dawes a character in Dexter? Why does the name Dawes sound familiar? Also, is his sprite miscolored? It looks like sometimes it's only the lapel, and then sometimes it's the whole shoulder there. I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software, the metadata. Who worked on it, and when? Ah, right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here. Not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry. I can't tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. Just see, look, whenever he raises his arm like that, it's only the lapel. But is that just because the part that on his shoulder is behind in that case? Not sure. Not sure. Dr. Asher, whoever, took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh in the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? You can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. You want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. Last thing, then, is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? Higher than I expected, talking with it. It seemed more malleable than that. Malleable, huh? Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. It used to be they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, the first lawsuits, hearings, and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. The tenant makes sure ads couldn't endanger the state. The tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There's never much incentive to deny a request tenant, so the list just ballooned. But the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decisions to get there. Get that. Since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenants, All the best, least cluttered, and most elegant code is only used for war games. Not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects v. Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet, changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad's source code to a choose-your-own checklist. Funny. As with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming the floors. Most impressive ones, which you got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with a sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. Sarah's really David's last and greatest work. Say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number... Ooh, interesting. Valuation of the android Sarah's financial value by an insurance algorithm. Takes into account the fact that Sarah is the only known android made by David Asher, the last known piece of tech he worked on, the fact that he is now deceased and cannot create anymore, the fact that Sarah is one of a kind, the value of the components used in her construction, and the potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her. Totals to a very large sum. Interesting. Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. You spoke differently back there. Hmm? With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. Called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? The same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, would have spotted your barcode and seen it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great. Put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Oh ho! Taking control of your elevator is very... convenient? Forceful. As if Noble is trying to discreetly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. Oh boy. Big stretch, sorry about that. 3:54 p.m. Noble Electronics Northeast HQ. Executive Office, Young. Looks like... Silhouette kind of looked like Aki from Street Fighter 6. Oh, it is aggressively orange in here. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, isn't it? Here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Hmm. Hmm. Letter stew. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours here. Dr. Young, just Ms., it's fine. Ms. Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. Helen Young, VP of Android Futures, AB+, likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts, dislikes, working from home, shopping online, waiting. Languages, fluent in 3. Enjoys attending baseball games, hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Interesting. Now, I brought you up here to express my condolences. Very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything in process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? You sent him? Or she sent him? Trying to be helpful, or just trying to control the narrative? He was great! But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make any assumptions. No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? Not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? Easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. You're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it. I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Not what I was expecting, yeah. Glass of water found in the sink in David Asher's kitchen bears Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints. No trace of any poison. And the upright cup. Saliva and fingerprints match an unknown individual. Obviously. There weren't many other people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming into his home and offering him a drink. I also know that Jung is his superior, on paper, if not fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. Can't imagine why. Police have cleared you. And you're well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. If she's Aki from Street Fighter, does that mean she knows some fucked up poisons? Possibly, potentially. It could be the case. Why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Like, masks coming off there for a moment. Eventually, you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record open. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would take some time. That would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And so perhaps the truth is a matter that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. Are you doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I was hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all the consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. Is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night? Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's per number captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call, in person? We had had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited. Let me in, and we talked about the good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young? Putting a number on it doesn't sound like that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that 2 minutes later, that he would be dead. He would commit suicide in front of me. Firm reply. What happened? A quarter before 8, he said he wanted to toast. Got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went downstairs into his basement to get us a bottle. It wasn't that long ago. She's a lot younger than I thought. Alright, take your +2. Take your +2. Not funny. Well, funny, didn't laugh. Take your +2. There you go. Congrats. In other words, Sumari, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. Sorry, chat has decided you get -2s instead, but I know you bear that as a badge of honor. You drank and talked. Got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. Tried to wake him. He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't you think to use your phone? No. Suppose I didn't. But it worked out. Remembers emergency protocols summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but just did what I could until they arrived. You went with him to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen. Came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. He seemed certain it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. That he was content. And he downed his glass after that. Drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No. Yes, it doesn't. Lot of questions. Talk about Sarah first. So this android, Sarah, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. Not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided with anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. A figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher's information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except hacking stuff. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Aw. That's so mean. That's so mean. Also, we are at... Usually I try to take a break at 1:30, so I have a feeling... Stretch. If I were to wait until that 6-hour mark, or rather the 2-hour mark on stream, it'd probably line up with a Joe raid, as it tends to do. So we're going to take an early break, and hopefully it all works out. So, quick break. Back in 5. Hold on, I'm gonna click on this one, and maybe the music will play. There we go. Okay. All right. I'm back. Hello. Hi, everyone. Raid incoming. Perfect timing. Like I planned it. Fucking perfect. I knew it was coming. I knew. Howdy, hey, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Just as planned. Just in time, just coming back from a break, no ads for the next hour. Perfect timing. Catch us up. All right, everyone, howdy, hey, welcome to Of the Devil, a mystery novel puzzle game inspired by the likes of Danganronpa and Ace Attorney that I am thoroughly enjoying so far. Jelly, is it hard being right all the time? Cripplingly difficult, I must say. It weighs down upon me like an anchor weighs a ship and keeps it safe at harbor. Well, it's beautiful in a way. Beautiful and sad, like most great things. Are these the Ryakishi sprites? They do have plenty of soul. Mind introducing us to the redhead on the left? That is Morgan. That was cheap bait. Listen, buddy. I work part-time. You think I can afford high-quality bait? Anyway, this is Of the Devil. Like I said, visual novel puzzle game inspired by Danganronpa and Ace Attorney. I love your sprite. It looks so good. Thank you. Yeah, I make all of these myself. They're very fun. We are currently on episode 1, which is actually episode 2. Episode 0 is free on Steam if this catches your interest. Right now, we are investigating the supposed suicide of I would say industry-leading roboticist, would probably be the best way to describe it. Industry-leading roboticist programmer David Asher. We are investigating his supposed suicide. And we are talking to, right now, her name is Helen Jung, who is a higher-up in the same company who was personal friends with him. We're a psycho cyberpunk noir detective with sharp dialogue. That's a pretty good way to describe it. The dialogue in this, the writing in general, has been excellent. It has been very, very good consistently. But yeah, we are, I want to say, maybe, by my estimate, 40% through episode 1, I believe? That's my best guess right now. It feels like we're approaching the halfway point. So do be aware there will be spoilers if this catches your interest at all. Like I said, episode 0 is free. Please go check it out. Until then, or rather, now that we've gotten that out of the way, welcome, welcome, let's get back to the show. You said the CCE standard operating procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense. You understand? Excuse me, is it on PlayStation? Not that I'm aware of, no. I think it's only on console, or sorry, it's only on PC, but I could be wrong. So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely, they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. Pretty smart. Snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. It's terrible. Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to what they want to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady, or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. It's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. Also, chat, I found out Jelly has a YouTube VOD channel called Jelly Channel Stream VODs. You can check out episode 1 of the Devil on there. I do appreciate the promo on that one. The way you phrased it is for some reason funny to me. Especially on my channel of all things. I do need to set up a Nightbot. You're right. fuck it. I'll do it Wednesday. I'll do it Wednesday. Hold me to it. I'm gonna do it Wednesday. The Nightbot will be in effect on Thursday, okay? It will be there. I promise you. Anyway, it's a nasty line of work, consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. Every consultant I've been at a cocktail party was actually... Depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say that they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get David for years. Don't forget to check if your Twitch Prime if a Twitch Prime sub is available and put it to use. Subscribe to Jelly Channel TTV for free. Don't use your Prime subs on me. Like, if you're gonna use them on someone in this community, use them on Joe. That's his full-time job. I don't need money from Twitch. I do this as a hobby. If you do, absolutely I'll be flattered. But if you're going to put it to use for someone who does need it. Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. Also, any information at all in the information tab would be poggers. I'm actually planning on setting some stuff up for that as well. So, I think Wednesday's just going to be a work day for me. That's the time scale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. They'd probably have struck first. The cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? Story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. We must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that the entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. What do you do full-time, if you don't mind me asking? I don't currently have a full-time job. But in terms of, like, actually making money, I'm a table games dealer. Which is a lot of fun. Which is stuff like blackjack and all that. Not exactly the place I really expected to end up working at any point in my life, but I mean, it's a job at the end of the day, you know? You sort of learn that a lot of things in life are mundane to a certain point, and I think that's comforting. It can be a little depressing if I phrase it like that, but it's not. I like that even something as extravagant as a casino is just, you know, a place that people go. There's something nice about that, I think. Although I tend to be someone who really enjoys the mundanity of life in a lot of ways. I've said this before, driving and being in traffic brings me a great sense of social euphoria. I don't know why, but it just makes me feel like part of a system. I guess I do know why. That's the best way I could describe it. The two of them that made the 1 Point Doctrine. That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. Come to think of it, it's not a story I've heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. Clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat and I've just stopped pitching water. He says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning. Just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. Ads in this case being androids. I think, do we have a term? The game has a terms list where you can look up all of this stuff. Let me see if ads is in there. Ads is not listed as a term in episode 1. Automated dependence, essentially androids. PCE, corporate counter-espionage, playbook of aggressive defensive tactics for everything from public life to personal security, intended to help high-value... involves use... Okay, yeah. Huh. Finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I got nothing. Stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. We got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I'd been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, and together, David and we had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. Got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink the bottle. Says he wants to toast. There we sat, 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting to our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. It was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. History with Noble. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? Correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game, so he was unpopular around here. Not unpopular, no. Not the great David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt. Demanding, some might say. For those who have not been following this game and are wondering what the poker chips are that we keep getting, the way that this game works whenever you're in a trial or actively, like, in an argument with someone or something like that, whenever you're actually in the process of presenting information to counter testimony and stuff like that, it works on a wager system, where rather than having a static life bar like you do in the Ace Attorney games, this is essentially my allowance of allotted mistakes. You are allowed to lower and raise the stakes whenever you're making, whenever you're presenting evidence, and if you present the right amount of evidence, you will instead gain credit, is what it's called. But of course, if you present the wrong one, then you lose credit proportional to what the stakes are. It's the Ace Attorney health system, but funkier. Yeah, and it provides a lot more personal engagement with the world, because the more that you investigate things and the more stuff you check out in the environment, the more conversations you engage in, the more credit you get. Gives you a lot of incentive to actually engage with the setting to its fullest. If you're playing hardcore solo self-found... What? I don't know what that means, but... Yeah, I'm also playing on what's called high roller mode, so I can't save scum, and I'm pretty sure the ante is always raised as a baseline, although I'm still able to raise it higher myself. Fingerprints match Helen Young. He can be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace he did, for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David? Speaking of which, I don't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So, you would say his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating! So was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. Animate 16. Really cool. Def feels like the logical next step for an Ace Attorney style game. They call the chips credibility, and it represents how much info you can show to your client/opponent so they can't just write you off. It's pretty good, yeah. And actually getting to raise and lower the stakes yourself gives you more personal engagement in every given presentation of presentation of evidence and information. And it also gives you a lot more slack, because if you have something that comes up and you're like, I know this absolutely for sure, you can bet it all, and you can go all in on it, and then you'll get a big reward. And then if something comes up that you're maybe not so sure about, you're unsure if you're presenting the right thing, you can lower the stakes, or you can just, take the hit. And because you were so confident on stuff previously, you're allowed to make more mistakes in figuring out the stuff that's less intuitive for you. Granted, I wouldn't know what that's like, because I've never presented a wrong piece of information in this game yet, and anytime the game gives me a quiz and asks for my reading comprehension, I give them the correct answer, so, maybe for other people it's an allowance of mistakes, but for me, it's just how much money I'm going to take home at the end of the day. So that I can spend it on phone charms. The A16 only entered production this year. Motherfucker beat the tutorial and is popping off. Actually, I didn't take any damage during the tutorial. I don't mean to brag, but I got a pretty mean hitless Soldier of Godric run, alright? The A16 only entered production this year. Correct? Correct. Pre-orders only started last holiday, and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed synthetonin? Is that missing synatonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was the lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? It's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles under the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting on other apartments, taking notes. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually, they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius that David Asher was. Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. Difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran? I'm running out of leads to chase. Brat better have some good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's accused of. Okay, so if you want some insight also into who exactly we are defending in this case, here's the Ace Attorney bullshit representation that this game is wearing on its sleeve. We are defending the deceased. If you commit suicide, that is considered to be a crime against the state. So we are defending our client under the grounds that he did not commit suicide and is therefore not guilty of committing a crime against the state. Our defendant is a dead man, and we are trying to find him not guilty on the charge of killing himself. My responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. In transit. Would you kindly slow the hell down? Sorry, Adonai. Was I talking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. Oh, sorry, walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. What's the punishment? Does he get drafted into the skeleton army if he's guilty? If he's guilty of committing suicide, then essentially his mental health is put into question. And if his mental health is put into question, then his will can potentially be voided, and his assets can be seized by the government. So, more so corporate stakes than personal stakes if he's found guilty. You didn't mention that Morgan is a serial killer. I was trying to leave that out of the discussion for people who weren't super, people who might be super interested, but we are further into the stream now. If anyone's interested, they've probably, tabbed away already. Or, yeah, you know what I mean. But I guess, yeah, we will bring that up. Also, Morgan is a serial killer. She kills people, assumedly for no reason. Or, not assumedly for no reason. She hasn't given a reason as for why she does it yet. But there's the implication that she is clinically psychopathic. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. She kind of looks like Gardevoir in this cut-in. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Xinjiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has not wearing the right clothes or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate. The sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. You didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Wait, is she Dexter Morgan? Perhaps, possibly. What was her real name? Is it listed on her thing now? I remember it was very like formal. Evangeline. Yeah, there we go. Evangeline Morgan is her full name. Didn't mention we have to go upstairs. Oh no, little girl. Actually, I'm awesome, and it's just your fault for not preparing me right. Exactly. She's so good at being extremely cool and affable. You sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me to some of the city orchestra or a jazz club. Bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. A champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. This is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn... Adonai, be careful. What? It's a stray, and it's bearing its fangs, too. It could be carrying diseases. You should... Relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So, it's just me that it doesn't like. Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But, you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. Shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, Sumari, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? No law against it. Ultraviolets. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close to this man? This man who you've never met? Does it have refs to other media as well? Yes, it's wearing a lot of its inspirations very proudly on its sleeve and playing with them in very interesting and nuanced ways, I think. It's doing a great job of being a collage of all the art that inspired it. At some point, I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only... I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Sex warning. Brat. Did you catch the killer yet? No. The hell? I sent you his POS. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet. I think it's pretty interesting how Morgan seems to have some kind of sex aversion, since every time the topic's been broached, she pretty quickly changes the subject. I didn't notice that. That is interesting. Asher started out working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? You think she'd step on me if I ask? No, I think she would probably kill you with, like, a gun. That seems more her style. Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. Do we think Morgan would be on the cannibalism as a metaphor for intimacy train? I can see it. He prefers her murder with more gun. I think her form of intimacy is going to be with Emma Rockford when both of them are viciously locked in a legal battle. And they're going fucking head to head with each other. Everything on the line because they're both psychos. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. Not Q? You can look it up. But basically, Q was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. The Phoenix Edgeworth form of intimacy. Exactly, yes. But notably more toxic. And lesbians this time. Stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. The Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? Older than dirt. Like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. You look important. We'll investigate the other stuff before. A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So, can you, like, eat things? Oh, so you can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. What, like, android food? There is no such product. What do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble's Warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it is to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like when mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. Charger separation anxiety. According to the net, worm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is that something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras. Oh, I didn't even notice this one. Cube was a Tier 5 programming language commonly used in the mid-21st century robotics. Intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments, its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-oriented learning that would not be reliant on the bloated libraries and always online API popularized in the 2030s. Rosa? I think Rosofluff. I'm not sure. Real name unknown. First began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Cube 0.9 released in 2045, and by 2048, Cube 3.1 had already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe. I can excuse serial killing, but I draw the line at saying Sarah eats dog food. I mean, listen, it kind of seems like it is dog food. Despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution, Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among disaffected communities in third world countries where internet access would remain unreliable for the next 2 decades as regional conflicts would continue. Infamously, Contra Fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege, which I do wish we could get more information, but I think that might be too much all at once, to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language. Because much of its documentation was never ported from the old net and due to incompatibility with tenets, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or nutritional value, but the label has yet to receive official state recognition, and thus the presence of the term or terms like it on food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of the number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total amount of arable land around the world and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms, rural skyscrapers where each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural input. This is one sentence. This is one sentence. That's crazy. I also think it's a sentence fragment. Well, not a sentence fragment, but it reads like one. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. Back to stage. Stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. I will say, one criticism that I have right now of episode 1 is that we are doing a lot of investigating. It feels like it is taking a very long time to get to our first day in court, essentially. It could just be because I'm streaming, but my experience so far is going to be so far 6 hours in episode 1, and I'm still just going through collecting information and stuff like that. I feel like I'm very close to what will be the first courtroom segment, but it feels like it's running just a little bit long in the investigation side of things. I think Ace Attorney usually does a better job of, in the later cases at least, having bursts of investigate for a little bit, court adjourned for a bit, go investigate more, back to court, another day in court adjourned, back to investigating. It has a nice balance of going back and forth. Right now, it just feels like we're getting all the investigating done all at once, and then we're probably just going to have one court session all at once. I guess it fits the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark, to get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? Can't see David walking around here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax, and not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. That face. You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere is not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. They're smart. They'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settled. That one over there matches the photo Fran sent. I think I remember seeing this guy in the preview. I like his design. She listens to the same music as Liam Ryder. Don't bring her down to his level like that. Should I approach now or look around some more? Look around more. Better get a read on the room first. There could be something I'm missing. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go. Quiz time. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? Exclusive sit-down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double-check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now, get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, in perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked up back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so... You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yay! I'm happy for them, of course. But to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no visible branding. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Nice deflection? Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled, keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 21, 29, now and forever. Interesting. What's this gonna ask about? However old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe. One hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerless. I would say powerful. Well, No, she doesn't really have that much... Well... She has a lot of influence on a lot of things, but they're things that she doesn't want to directly influence, so they control how she acts. Like, she wants to change her name, but it would affect the stock market. Even her name isn't something that she identifies with all that well. It's just something that she chose so that she wouldn't catch attention, and now she has attention. And no branding visible. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. I would say powerless. Trapped between a rock and a hard place. If she steps out of line, her sponsors will bleed each other dry in bidding wars for her wardrobe's limited real estate. No skin off her back, she's already got more money than she could ever spend. But corporations can't afford to not keep growing. So they never reach a point where they can afford to lose. She's smart enough to take advantage of that, good for her. Didn't get it right. Damn. First one. I'm alright. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it cool. Play it cool. Hey there. Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats? Yeah, or whatever, man. Hell? You fucking cop or something? This isn't a cop bar. Yep. Uh-oh. How do you do, fellow club? Yeah, oh shit. Took a hit to my credit for that one. You aren't really dressed like a cop. God damn, you're meaty, aren't you? Fucking vultures, man. Oh, this was a bad choice. This was a very bad choice. Perhaps I should start over. My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Don't worry, listen. That's not going to matter because we're going to present all the right evidence every time. Jelly, you lack Riz. Morgan lacks Riz. That's not my fault. I mean, me lacking Riz is irrelevant, first of all. But it's her fault this time. Currently his lawyer. Can we talk? Not here. Thanks, Isaac. Musician, bassist, likes itineraries, grilling, champagne, dislikes resistance training, producers, ads. Best at gift giving, worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote, I don't do requests. Is this the first B+? No, the first one was actually what David got on his midterm. This will be the second, I guess. Don't thank me yet. Might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. I think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary. So why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah? Yes, Adonai? The hell? That thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on the record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth but not looking in his eyes. Ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat to the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there for the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. Ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been canceled, and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming here night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Man, that ticked me off. It was cute, early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until? There was no until. No one day where things turned sour. Everything turned sour. At some point, I started to understand where his priorities were. How I ranked them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. Just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him, like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and I'd still, had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night. Called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered. First ring. Not hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. That ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. Then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Oof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He'd made that easy for me. Went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning, I wake up to see that. My ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. The hell, man. The hell, David. And now, here's the tip of the iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. Yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. Serious? You don't have all the facts. You do? Any one of them point to it being anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all of your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first? Butcher them before shitting them back out? I was not trained on any data sets that... Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing there because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. Aww. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model, an early 21st century... Not that. How'd you talk to him? I just felt that I should say something to him. Word of advice? People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is. Just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you? I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that can establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that would prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I can find it at this point. Noble Employee Housing Building. Placia. Penthouse basement. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Oh, shit! Okay, alright, yeah, there we go. Just... Just straight up saying it, damn. Let's go, fuck yeah. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? Yeah, okay. Alright, we're just fucking riffing on Umineko right now, full on. I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right. An airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has showed any kind of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? You got that sparkle in her eyes. Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from that same bottle in the same type of cup but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical, and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0? David left the parlor and came back with whiskey in 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her theory. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar. Better. 5 points. Fucking smug about it. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here. The poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar. You know why they call it an Xbox 360? It's so fucking stupid. You turn 360 degrees away from it and walk away. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. Has she killed someone in this room? What do you mean? This whole building is coded head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Is that the favorite? That's what I'm thinking, yes. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security System. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not. He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Do you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. It's fast? Jesus. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceiling. As you theorize, they are in a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not the Penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. False wall in the back of the safe. Don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Oh, looked away. Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't. What was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Was he afraid of you, maybe? Why didn't he come to me for... Time's short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. We can inspect. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? You ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story, based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the Global Donk Bank on Friedrichsburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase, and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive, dinner-plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident,
and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. This is the Sekimea now. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality. Thank you, June. Thank you, June. Thank you very much. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say. Be careful what you say a man like Father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside.
It's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Sarah, every single word you just said was false.
Huh?
Don't believe everything you read on the net. That's pretty good, yeah. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation?
I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before.
I'm gonna get those eyes checked.
There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack must have must have been created during my most recent hibernation.
Ow. David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over on the same spot? Imagine if Jumpy had said that. June would fucking argue to her literal death over a story like that. She would argue until literally both of them were dead until he believed that shit. So is that the original?
Was appraised and confirmed to be genuine.
At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see?
I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature. Two kings of the forest. The stag and the tiger. I think.
Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. What's the... Can we see what the deal is with the car? I've been dying to talk about the car with you, Sarah. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find any foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have...
Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever?
Technically.
Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb the top of the ladder.
This is a rolling ladder. A kind of step ladder. Not a ladder.
They're even doing the fucking step ladder bit? Are we serious?
What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out.
And?
It's important to know the distinction.
I bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again. Ever. Okay, well, it's going to come up again every single episode until the game is finished. Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh?
Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third.
How do we open it?
One moment. I see.
Got it open already?
I cannot open this door.
Why?
It is a Tethys Basics Sturdicure.
That anti-hack feature in the name is real?
It's a closed system, Adonai.
What am I supposed to do now?
Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters.
I don't follow.
When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open as long as I was hibernating.
And he made it so I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open?
It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word?
Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word he knew only I could learn? Fuck. And it's, yeah, I have to actually fucking type. Sumari is 7 letters, first of all. So it's not going to be that. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. No. They actually had to add additional clues here because too many people weren't getting it. Oh no. I mean, it could be Adonai. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, yeah, Pop got it too. Huh. All right. Well, fuck. I wasn't expecting the first one to work. Shit. Usually you have to have a bathroom break to get answers like that. David Asher's funny escape room. Never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. I don't know what possessed me to make that. I mean, I know what possessed me to make that noise. I don't know what possessed me to follow through on that thought. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide and people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, that was scarily accurate. Listen, man, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's making noises, okay? It's like the one thing I have in this life is that I can make noises. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. Can you do the anime girl Give me 1 second. I need to practice it exactly once. No, I can't. Apologies. I did it once, wasn't satisfied, did it a second time, it was worse. Can't do that one. Give me, I'll come back to you on that one on Thursday. Also, if you have like a specific voice, like if you have a specific one you're thinking of, I can get it down. I can get it down. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human, and some canines. Does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back out to the morgue to have a word with him. Good. Already signed in. You're looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. Wing. Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at that time was David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking?
I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted.
Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? The brand on the encryption program. If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I can bluff them into.
These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work.
Shit. David Asher hand-wrote the encryption on these files. There's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special?
Adonai,
Can you break his encryption? Yes or no?
with enough time,
And how much time would that be?
I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours.
It's a 4-hour window!
No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially.
Makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. Menus for days.
I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago.
Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time.
I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes so long as the work required is rote.
So you're doing it in the back of your head?
Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head.
So proud of that.
I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but it would become non-responsive.
Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery?
I have copied the encrypted files, and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready.
Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face in the last second. But he did let me get this far. The computer's not the only thing here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork. Bonds and holdings. Platinum bar? Birth certificate. Might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. Down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me.
Must be very important if you're giving it to me.
It's certainly very heavy.
Was there anything else in there?
Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. I'm sorry, why, Miku binder? Did I miss? No, because it's a... Right. Gotcha.
A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of...
There is something else. Your papers. Did I miss? Why did she say that? What did I... Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. Dated to a few weeks back? Had he already made up his mind about all this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now.
Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it?
Not if people realize how precious you are. Aww, as a collector's item. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are, but Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. Can I read his contract? I cannot read it. Sarah's papers? The android Sarah, effective immediately, signed and dated by David Asher over 2 weeks ago. A tax-free transaction, fortunately.
It's good that you do, then. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go with a friend of his.
Yeah. This will give me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college.
You could at least pick a charitable institution.
It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority.
There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation.
That's irritating, but I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there.
The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7.
I'll prepare on the way over.
Very good, Adonai.
Okay. It's finally time for the courtroom! Almost.
Does it excite you, going into courtrooms?
It excites me! What do you mean?
You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice ringing in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses?
You really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day?
Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were.
What's your deal, anyway? Did David train you off a movie marathon from hell or something?
We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it.
So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick, anyway?
Do I get?
Why do you do it? What's your reason?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. Ooh, interesting parallel, because I think if you were to ask her the same question about why she kills people, she'd provide a similar answer. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to.
I like the performances.
Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something?
He's a handsome man.
But it's not the actors I like.
So much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people.
I hadn't noticed.
I read the net and watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai?
Me?
Do you like movies?
Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid.
Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film?
A long time ago. I don't remember. Ooh. Interesting. State Building, floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse, though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, that he'd have an android that he'd thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? Must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide. I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, dude, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at?
I can confirm that I am making progress.
Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But it will be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case?
Markedly less so, after hearing that.
Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument?
What are you talking about?
Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict?
Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see our bearded old man with a robe and a gavel when we get in there? I mean, maybe a little bit.
Maybe just a teensy little bit. Should I not?
Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed than in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants are a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments. Adjutants use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. The nonary game. Isn't it obvious? Known as the nonary system among software engineers, because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum. Ideological contamination in adjutants units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single, authoritative, loud voice. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point.
I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents.
Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in a court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm.
So, androids are used to reduce caseload.
Been that way for decades.
But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling?
Judges did fight it for years, at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needs to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants.
And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings?
Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week.
And that's not rushing things?
Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure.
I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste.
Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick.
I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics?
That's a logical question to ask.
And the answer is?
That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people.
Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible...
Everyone wants justice, sure, but there are other considerations to be had.
Such as?
Disgust.
What?
That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with.
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. It's starting. It's happening! 6:24 p.m., July 1st. Courtroom 48D. There she is! There she is! Lock in, folks! Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from that look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her.
That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep?
Oh, hi! Hello there. You're looking a lot more near automata than I was expecting. It's loading. Needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly. Especially not those the state buys in bulk.
There's an audience.
In the gallery? Nothing. Could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press, but uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are going to get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside. My pretty little likeness was going to end up on the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services.
What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed?
All those films you watch, I'd figure that you could extrapolate.
I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions.
Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their...
That means calling witnesses to stand, correct?
Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case.
What to do then? Sit here and watch?
Not if we want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me.
You said that before. Discovery means...
Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Which I can provide. Didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you?
And the jury? I don't see where they would sit.
The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity.
And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eyes before passing judgment on them? Have you been paying attention, Sarah? Not at all, no. That's the last thing someone wants to do. Got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. Mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant?
Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over argument. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. It's going to be an uphill battle. I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect, or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less.
I think it's waking up.
The third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD-84 presiding. I call to order the case of the People v. Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD-84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right?
This gorgeous bod.
Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever.
Your Honor? Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide. To see... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjutants were so... lively. They aren't. It's supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system can find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, you could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She does have a profile, but she does? 80? Aww. Likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians. Pigeons? Sign, Libra, self-assigned. Yeah, I guess she would do that, huh? Type, open, obedient, observant, O people. 3 sizes, 109 bust, 64 waist, 94 hips. I don't get it. The sign for a Libra is scales. Like the scales of justice. That's good. I like her. She's fun. She's much more of a character that I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. Now the other person is going to give their sizes. Was it Reyes or more? It was Reyes. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with the first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Just fucking sitting in the background, posed up. Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me! Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! Already! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. Hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said! You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. Just fucking hitting you over the head for no reason. Being cute is my job! God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Sorry, give me 1 second here. You adjust real quick. Posture check. The best posture is the next one, or so I've heard. So if you've been sitting in the same position for a bit, stand up, do a little stretch, adjust. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Heads up, making mistakes will increase your blind. Oh, blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Okay, so this is their inclusion of the standard Ace Attorney, like, your health bar per trial mechanic. This is their version of it, or their way to implement on it. Or iterate is the word I was looking for. Where it's not as if I have one health bar that is constantly depleted and then resets at the end of the day.
It's that the stakes get higher and I essentially take more damage as the trial continues, so that it gets more difficult as it goes. And I'm less able to make mistakes the further in we get. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in a high roller, which we are. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. So blind, -1. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections on my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease. The subject had no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else would cause respiratory failure, then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will automatically proceed during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want to with space or left mouse. Interesting. What? You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their... So it's fucking timed? Oh, I'm fucked. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until your call. Do I lose something if I let it pass? Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey, David's contract, upright cup. Subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Okay, this feels very Danganronpa in its presentation. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and fainting. As the subject was healthy, their respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. When a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. Can I look at my evidence? It was puzzling, to say the least. Something she said just now didn't make sense. Whiskey spill, whiskey, David's cup. Forensic analysis shows matches for fingerprints, saliva. Toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. I have evidence that directly contradicts her, so I just need to find the right moment to present it. The respiratory failure essentially wasn't getting enough oxygen to his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and fainting. The subject was healthy. Their respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. But when a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. After choosing to call on a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Hover over the 3 cards that show up, and left-click to make your choice before the timer runs out. Well, okay. Well, shit. Minor containing, you do have to be quick about it, yeah. Open your mouth without thinking, huh? There's only room for one airhead in this courtroom, and it's not you. It's me! Of course, Your Honor. Okay, so it's gonna be whiskey, David's contract, and the upright cup. I don't like that I can't pull these up whenever I'm actually going through the testimony. So whiskey, David's contract, and the upright cup. Compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions, not a light read. Bottle of whiskey, note to be brand, and the upright cup. I guess it would be the whiskey, since it wouldn't have come back. It wouldn't have come up clean if he had alcohol in his system. She said completely clean. Want to bet? Oh! Uh-oh. It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Oh! That makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor, and it plainly states on the talks report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not as such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the talk screen was clean, I just meant didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the talk screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of the drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3! That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology reports. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I like that she changes poses a lot in the background, that you can see her when the witness is on stand. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect in the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please! I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screens showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Aside from respiratory failure, Jung's testimony didn't see him add anything. It would have to be Jung's testimony, right? Didn't see him add anything. Right? At least one case about this detail. It doesn't feel like suicide at all. So, autopsy, testimony, whiskey. Foreign elements of toxin known to be a brand favored by the deceased. His autopsy, respiratory failure, unknown substance, 1820 milligrams total. Why? What the hell is tox screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. The loud curling handwriting at the bottom of the document. Yeah. Then it's that or Jung's story. Or Jung's testimony? Jung's testimony. Is that a separate piece of evidence we have? Witness testimony. There it is. Jung spoke with David Asher in the parlor before he left to retrieve liquor. Upon returning, he continued speaking while they both drank from plastic cups. David Asher brought him up. David Asher felt lethargic and was disoriented, lost consciousness.
May clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like suicide at all. I would probably say Jung's testimony. People shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer! Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21, so don't press any further if you're already there, and don't ask the wrong questions. Okay then. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? Probably ingested. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally, but how sure can you actually be of that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... Was it knowingly ingested? I don't think she would have any way of knowing that. I don't think that line of questioning would give us anything, really. Are you sure Delta is to blame? Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. You really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant, and just enough of any depressant, and respiratory failure would occur. Only simulations? You've ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. It would be very difficult to do, given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention, highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you can't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you described. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet, anyways. If I ask this again, will that give me a card? Well, only one way to find out. For the subject, how can we be sure? Pretty sure. Okay, no, it won't. Okay. Was it knowingly ingested? I'd like to know what the question is here, but we're going to get dealt a card if we ask it. Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Yeah, I should have figured. Could argue or speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Right, thank you for that. Gotcha. So then it would be, are you sure it was ingested? Is this a soft 18 because you have an ace? No, it would be, this would not be a soft 18 because we
previously had 17, I suppose. Or didn't we have... I thought we had 14 before we... I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. But we were over 11, which means that it would be it would not be soft. Press. But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? We can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the delivery solution. Could have just been a drop. What are we working with in terms of credit? Okay, we didn't lose that much. Could have just been a drop. Kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Aw, man. I wanted to jump on our case. Seems like that's... blackjack. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened? Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia? With his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, I felt weak. I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home's security console, located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. When we take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might actually be right home. She might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. Two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. During the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves? None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. Hold on a minute. Cap was loose, so salt spilled all over the cap. So cap was loose. It was located next to the sink. Assuming too much makes you gag. There was a water glass. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. I'm wondering if maybe Young did poison herself as well, but flushed it out of her system, which is why purging got a term. Where is it? Yeah. That's why there was so much focus throughout the chapter on these inhalers, and why this got a highlight. Specifically, this came up by saying that some of the newer people don't even know how to purge, And we have a lot of evidence indicating, or rather, we know that Jung and David have been in this industry for a long, long time and probably don't take, from what we can see, the usual stimulants. And it wouldn't show up in her tox screenings if she purged her system. Assumedly. Depending on what it was, I guess. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Upright cup. David's cup. Poison. Okay. So, David's cup. Forensic analysis shows matches of his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. Upright cup. Where is it? Where's the upright cup? Bill salt shaker, Dave. Where Jung's cup? Okay. Plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it. Found upright on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingertips match Helen Jung. Contains no traces of foreign elements. And then we have the poison. Has many similarities to chemical makeup as a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere at the scene of the crime scene or in David's penthouse. Okay. Asher met with a witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and then by 8 p.m. he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks. That's true. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. There was no poison anywhere else. Forensic analysis shows matches for his fingerprints, saliva. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse. So no additional traces found. Cut and dry? How could it be cut and dry if there was a drink? Haven't you ever heard of, a dry wine? Although in this case, I guess it was whiskey, so it didn't really apply. Fingerprints. All amount of whiskey left in it found upright in the dining room table. This crime contains no traces of foreign elements. Okay. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. I met with a witness at 7:30 last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. He was the one who prepared their drinks. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. Just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. There was no poison anywhere else. There's no traces of foreign elements. Forensic analysis matches with fingerprints, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk. He's the one who prepared their drinks. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Cut and dry, if you ask me. Be sure we scan the kitchen, the lab, the basement. No poison anywhere else. So I think the claim that she can't back up is that he drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Well, I mean, I don't know if that part is necessarily... I don't know. I feel like I'm very hesitant to try and experiment and see what my options are, because I'm gonna get penalized due to how fast the call system works. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Well, here's the thing. I also know that working within the evidence, I'm pretty sure before he left to retrieve, two of them continue speaking. I feel like you should just make an emergency save just in case you do run out of funds. I don't think I can because I'm playing on high roller. We'll see though. All you need to do is point it out, and then I'll go watch her self-destruct. Should be fun. He's the one who prepared their drinks. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. I don't know. We'll try it. We'll try this one. I'm trying, but I don't know. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. Okay, gotcha. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Is she playing on a fucking Switch right now? Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination? Fire away, baby! Fire away? Baby? Rhea's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focus on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Oh, fucking 13, 7, and a 6? Christ. Anyone else in the building ever seen poisoning himself? Could he have been poisoned off camera? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible. I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show, it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera was all by himself. Oh, well, shit. That sucks. That's rough. Shit, that's not where I wanted to lead the conversation. Might certainly seem that way, yes. Okay, so don't ask stupid questions. Think about the question before you ask it, because that one had an obvious answer, which was, yeah, duh. Anyone else in the building ever seen... I'm not sure what this one is asking. Anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on the camera that night were Dr. Asher and the witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night, because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. What do you mean by what about before that day? That's true. They could have poisoned... I mean, assumedly, if... Also, we know that's not true, because Sarah's there, but I don't think the courts consider androids to be people, nor would regular individuals consider that to be the case. But it could be the case that it was poisoned beforehand by someone else, if we're trying to argue that case. And if they had been there before yesterday, then we would have seen them leave, again, through the front door. Okay. Well, that's not... okay. Or we would have found them during the course of our investigation of the house. Your Honor, I believe we've exhausted this particular line of questioning. Not that exhausted. God damn it. Okay. I'm having a hard time judging the exact tone or direction of these questions, it feels like. That's on me, though. I need to get a beat for that. I need to get a beat on it fucking fast. Ever seen poisoning himself? This one, I don't understand what this one's even asking. We've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plaintiff to the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his... Okay. I don't think that's clearly... I don't think it's very clear that's what that was alluding to at all. No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next question would need to be when and what. So it would be any poison in the kitchen. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of the penthouse. Right. They never found any poison. Howdy, Adonai. No poison at all. What about a poison container? We're gonna stay. I mean, it's gotta be this one then, because that seems like a stupid fucking question, because if they found a poison container, it would have traces of poison, which would be... Well, I don't know. We'll see. Press. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Okay, so that's me misunderstanding, because the question then is, if they say no, obviously not, then I have to say, or then I would say, then what makes you think that he poisoned himself if you can't find any evidence of poison on the scene of the crime? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? There we go. Okay, yeah. All right. I got to think a little more laterally here. That's on me. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand. It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. And I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe, either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one! It's used in delicate scientific works to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could produce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randolph Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit materials? Using the Nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent their production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet.
That's... Dr. Escher died when his respiratory system failed because of depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. Hold on. Own arteries and pump life-saving UV synthetic plasma. Hospital. Is that why Noble didn't seem to care very much? I think where this is going to go is that he may have ingested some synthesized blood. Or given himself a transfusion of some kind. So I'm wondering if it could be the case that he was essentially experimenting with it on himself, and it just happened to go wrong. Something along those lines, maybe. I don't know. See, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. Quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset 19. Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am! But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Escher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey, and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? Raise, she made a mistake with the timeline. She has the timeline correct so far. So he goes to the basement, 7:36. Gets the whiskey and the cups. Cameras show him returning to the parlor at 7:40. Well. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Is the timeline correct so far? Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it, as you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Escher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup, by placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events! He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? Where were we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? Adonai, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, Counselor, are we done here? Emma's argument is foolproof. Emma's argument is missing something. Something unorganic count. Even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Found at Noble's factory show floor, as well as inside David Escher's personal lab, presets on David's model history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. Where were we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I had a feeling you'd say that. Emma's argument is missing something. This
argument is foolproof. Hmm. Huh. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. Well, I know it can't be foolproof, but I don't have any evidence right now that feels like it directly contradicts it. Fuck it. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. All right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court? Ooh, new evidence? Gimme, gimme. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship. Yep, a man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call. If no one wants to present it here now, then the content must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that... What bearing does the recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool! Begin playback. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac? You there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? I do love when courts in fiction are just exclusively trial by ambush. It's fun, isn't it? Yeah, I did. Ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. Sorry. Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? Shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man. I'm not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way. We can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me in a while now. Isaac, forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. Do you need anything, or should I... Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? That'll be the last time. Last time I let someone... The last time. Father. Might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. Why is she looking at me like that? It's depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. Does this mean this is just... pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship. Over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. It was a bad move, Mrs. Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add... Feeling off my game all day. Caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters and...
pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. About time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. If I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please, answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Of course! Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection. Calls for speculation. Intent. Feeling like that's gonna be, sustained! Did anyone ever threaten him? There were a few times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop, and people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance, whether or not people wanted to kill him. Well, withdrawn. Miss Starling, people would attempt to contact him, yes, but their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But, I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Eesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor, and none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything professional besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think you like to pick my brain since you needed relationship advice a lot. Even if you didn't realize that what he was asking, even if you didn't realize that that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you or, to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never! Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No? So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe... Objection! On what grounds? Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy! And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking if she didn't have something real. What the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe, if they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing! Damn. Didn't honestly expect her to stop from admitting her evidence into the record. I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately.
I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can, even if it means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. David Asher's name used to schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments on several occasions in the last year. Okay. Platinum. I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. There's something strange about this evidence. Nothing strange yet. Object? No, I don't. Except what she said. No, I do object. Say that the first time you... Oh, okay. Well, on the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. Okay, well, shit. Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. Well, fucking... Okay. That one's on me for not understanding what I was objecting to. Okay. I need to fucking pay attention. I'm losing steam here. Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan the Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing this psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. That doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. You know what? We have to go all the way in because we need to get some fucking credit back here. Drank with David before he died, didn't see him add anything, corroborated by cam footage. Estimate of Sarah's financial value, worth a lot of zeros. All building calls recorded, monitored by Noble. David hid psych treatments from Noble. Died from respiratory failure. Well, let's see. Hold on. Well, I guess in this case, it would have to be the recorded calls. Yeah. Because if it's monitored by Noble, even if he used a different insurance company, they'd still know he was getting psychiatric treatment. David may very well have one of the private psychiatrists, someone who didn't work for Noble, who had his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. Let's fucking go, baby! Alright, we've got some room to work with. David Asher was well-versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. You really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with his second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing from the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor, and I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of drama. Causing drama. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection! Mischaracterization? Foundation? All the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. He was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... sorry, but, like, did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting! Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning, if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. Overruled. There is Yuri in progress. Bailiff! Bailiff, please bring more Yuri at once. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please, tell us, when exactly did he last... see you, contact you, meet you at HQ? Contact you. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Ms. Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. Is that after the phone call? 6:57 p.m. Isaac's call was at 6:36 p.m. I don't think this is going to go where I want it to, but that changes the timeline a bit. Texted back and forth. There are records of some text, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? Texting makes a big difference. Texting isn't relevant. Raise. Yeah, texting makes a big difference. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? Let's fucking go. Plus 15? We're back in business, baby. I just got chills. I don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. Yep, alright. I'm finally fucking in the know. I'm finally in the know. I'm finally on the fucking upkeep. Let's go. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Evan wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Drag cards from your hand into the slots in chronology. Oh, I have to make the timeline? Fuck! You can pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot and return it to your hand. Fill all the slots and submit your answer. Okay, so we have Isaac's call, we have Starling's texts, then we have Jung's testimony, and then David Fates. Oh, fuck! No! Oh, my God. I forgot to up the ante. I didn't see it was even there. Fucking UI blindness cheating me out of my hard-earned money. God damn it. Okay, I won't make that mistake again. Thanks to Ms. Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Ms. Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Ms. Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android. There. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were, exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday?
First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays.
And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have to do that much, for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. Oh! To summarize then, Sumari, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before our guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that required his presence with you next Tuesday. That's right, he was! Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right! That's... Your Honor, if David was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed, don't you think that people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court would just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his nanofacturer from inside the house. Adonai. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the nanofacturer. Adonai. Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? Middle of something, Sarah. Can afford to let Rockford. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. You have the footage from last night? I have the file. You watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't, and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. Well, we do love to gamble, don't we? The least risky path to victory we have. I think how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm awake, and I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Novel as part of the Penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. What? The people say that Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him, or anyone else, put anything in his cup on camera, because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I bust. So better to be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David is grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving at 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Did it then come this far just to wait? Did he have the cups with him? Is there a sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? I had a feeling this is where this might go. It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. That's right, baby. Welcome back, Maya Fey. We love to get blamed for murders in this house. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood.
Please, someone. I don't know what's going on.
Sarah, you need to shut down.
Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that.
Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now.
Adonai, please tell me what I...
That's an order. Okay. Well.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off. Never seen this before. Won't do anything until I reactivate it. Or I've seen this before. Won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor? In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well. The charges are withdrawn, and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan! Yay, chalk it up to another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Uh-oh! And that is where we will end stream today. Hell of a heartbreaking cliffhanger, huh? Perfect timing. Actually, how close are we to the end of the episode, Truth? Do we have another stream in us? You are still in court, for the record. Interesting. Interesting. Do we have another stream in us for this one? There's still more game after court. Okay, gotcha. All right, good. We'll end it there then. We will end it there. That should be good. Is there anyone we can raid? Who's live right now? Allison's live. We'll raid her. There's another stream, but another 10 minutes would do good, I think. Better not be another week-long break for this cliffhanger. I feel like this is a perfect little cliffhanger, and I would like to preserve it. So we'll see how it goes. For now, let's raid Allison Dazkar. There we go. Alrighty. I'll be back with more of The Devil on Thursday. It might be an earlier stream than usual, because I do work on Thursday, so I want to make sure we got plenty of time. So, until next time, send out that raid. And we are good to go. Thank you very much for watching. And until next time, have a good one, folks. See ya!